Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo.
No.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Moran, Mr. Daines, no.
Number 658.
It's amazing. On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 42. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 658, David Augustin Ruiz of Ohio, to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Ohio, signed by 18 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is that the sense of the Senate, the debate on the nomination of David Augustin Ruiz of Ohio to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Ohio shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Abenel, Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, Aye. Ms. Lummis? Ms. Lummis? No. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Gillibrand? Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Feinstein? Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye.
Oh, this is so fast. On this vote, the yeas are 59, the nays are 38, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, David Augustin Ruiz of Ohio to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Ohio.
Madam President,
Oh, the senator from Iowa?
thank you. Everybody knows that violent crime is rising in America. Killings of police are at a 20-year high, the world's worst record since 9/11. Homicides, carjacking, and retail crime are all very high. Criminals are pushing people in front of the subways, looting entire trains filled with packages, and stealing so much from stores that the stores can't afford to stay open. I've already come to this Senate floor many times to describe the horrors of increased attacks on police and the surge in murders. These tragedies cry out for action. These are the results of campaigns to defund the police. Our streets are lawless because blue cities have pulled the police back. The consequences of depolicing extend far beyond that defund the police rhetoric inspires. They extend beyond criminals emboldened to commit crimes like murder and armed carjackings. We've all seen the images of a California train yard littered with open boxes as far as the eye can see. Train robberies are up by 160% in Los Angeles County, and that's just over the past year. The governor of California compared the scenes to a third world country. And I've seen them, and I agree with the governor of California. Organized retail crime is out of control. Criminals rely on the lack of active policing to commit large-scale theft. According to the National Retail Federation, 69% of the retailers say that they've had an increase in theft in the last year, and 78% say more law enforcement would help stop the crimes of retail theft. Why would people not expect more from law enforcement? Everybody knows that government's established for the public safety, among other reasons, but that's foremost. It still isn't a secret what liberal cities need to do to keep crime out of their cities, out of their railways, out of their subways, out of their streets, and out of their stores. Send police where the crime happens. Tell the police to arrest criminals. Prosecute those criminals. Do not release dangerous criminals out on bail. It is a very simple and effective way to reduce the amount of crime. You know what won't work? Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that the solution is gun control. But here's the issue. Gun control won't stop a criminal from pushing an innocent victim in front of a subway, let alone keep a criminal from obtaining an illegal gun. The real problem is enforcement by the police. The crime spike began in June 2020, when blue cities nationwide pulled the police off their streets. Progressive prosecutors at that time stopped prosecuting, and these blue cities started bail reform policies that released violent criminals into the street. No police on the streets, but a lot of criminals on the streets. It's no surprise that crime has risen. The problems are depolicing, political prosecution, progressive prosecution, and ineffective bail policies. Blue city mayors depoliced until some realized that was a bad decision to make. This liberal attitude towards criminality may now slight light at the end of the tunnel, seems to be changing for the better. Just 2 or 3 examples. New York City's new mayor, Eric Adams, announced that he would revive a plainclothes anti-crime unit to combat the violence, and he's also suggesting better bail policies. A couple months ago, we heard San Francisco Mayor London Breed declare a state of emergency over crime in her city. And maybe a month ago, we saw Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot ask for federal resources to fight crime. The nation's crime spike is the result of less law enforcement. Criminals are feeling bold, very bold, because they know they will go uncaught, and if uncaught, unpunished. Far-left mayors need to use a simple solution with a very proven record of success. They need to bring police back to our streets and keep the criminals off of our streets. On another matter, Madam President, or Mr. President, I want to talk about high drug prices. 3 years ago, I began a bipartisan effort to lower prescription drug costs. And that isn't just a Chuck Grassley issue, that's a bipartisan issue. Following first Finance Committee hearings that I chaired, bipartisan negotiations, and a bill markup, I introduced with the senior senator from Oregon a bill that we call Grassley-Wyden, but I don't care if it's called Wyden-Grassley, but the point is the Prescription Drug Pricing Reduction Act will go a long ways to stop the massive increase we have in drug prices. We passed this bill out of the Finance Committee on a bipartisan vote of 19-9. I have never stopped working to advance bipartisan, negotiated, and balanced drug pricing bill. Drug prices are rising. More Americans are having a harder time paying these high costs for prescription drugs. AARP says brand name drugs that seniors use are going up more than twice the rate of inflation. New data from another source, the National Health Review survey, Estimates, 3 5/10 million seniors had difficulty affording their medication. I hear stories about rising drug costs all the time at my 99 county meetings, and we have a Q&A at every one of those meetings so people can bring up any subject they want to bring up. They set the agenda, and always prescription drug pricing is on that agenda, because the people probably asking the questions, what are we going to do about prescription drug pricings, are probably the very same ones that are being hit by these high prices, and they notice the big increase in prices from year to year. As an example, Iowans tell me about the rising cost of their insulin, or how they worry about paying for out-of-pocket costs in the donut hole. No matter how you look at it, drug costs are going up, and Americans are paying more. For 12 months, President Biden and the Democrat majority has focused on a partisan, reckless tax and spending spree, and they have not made any progress in passing drug pricing reform as part of their partisan proposal. I compliment them for trying to do something about drug pricing, but it hasn't happened yet. And the way you get things done in the United States Senate is by doing it in a bipartisan way. By every public account, the talks in the other party on their agenda have stalled. In fact, as best evidence of this, just this very day, the senior senator from West Virginia said that the Democrat bill is this is his word, dead. So, instead of spending more time on bills that do not have votes, we could pass a bipartisan legislation to lower drug costs this very day. It would have a meaningful impact on lowering prescription drug costs. Let's not wait another minute. So, the Grassley-Wyden bill, or the Wyden-Grassley bill, remains our best chance to lower prescription drug costs in a bipartisan manner. And I urge my colleagues to work with me to pass this bill. And I'll give you just some examples, probably only a half a dozen out of 27 major pieces it has in it. Number one, it caps out-of-pocket costs at $3,100. Now, I'll have to give it to the Democrat proposal. They have reduced that down to $2,000. I'm willing to negotiate $3,100 or $2,000. Secondly, it eliminates the donut hole. Third, it caps rising drug prices in Medicare at inflation price index. 4, the bill ends uncapped taxpayer-funded subsidies for big pharma. 5, it brings more sunshine, more competition, and more oversight to how big pharma prices drugs in the first place. Lastly, out of 2,700 sections in this bill, I want to say it saves $72 billion for seniors and $95 billion for taxpayers. In addition to this bill, I have 4 prescription drug bills that have passed Judiciary Committee with unanimous support. So obviously all 4 of those are bipartisan bills. These 4 bills bring more competition, let more affordable drugs come to the market, and end anti-competitive behavior by big pharma. I urge my colleagues to work with me to pass bipartisan drug pricing reform today. I will end by saying that maybe early in the new administration, I had a telephone conversation with President Biden on the subject of drugs. He sent his legislative staff up here to meet with me on the subject, and I pointed out what they were trying to do. As I just pointed out to my colleagues today, they wanted to do it a different way. It doesn't seem to be getting traction. So I said to the president's staff, and I said to the president himself, you might want to take a look at this bipartisan bill, probably move it. The other thing is, on another subject, but just a short statement, I had a chance within the last 3 hours to meet with another senator with the President of the United States down the White House on another subject, but at the end of that meeting, I complimented the President on his executive order, I think of last June, in which he mandated to all agencies of government, do everything you can to make sure there's competition working in our free marketplace. And at that point, he suggested a bipartisan bill that I have dealing with meat packing and animal slaughter, beef slaughter. And so I told him today, maybe we can work on that piece of legislation as well in a bipartisan way. So I could point out 3 issues that I have moving with Democrats that could be brought up now. I'll bet every one of the 99 senators in here have bipartisan bills that they could be working on. And we ought to start that process going if we're going to have success for the year 2020. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I have 8 requests for committees to meet during today's session with the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent, notwithstanding Rule 22, at 5 p.m. today, all post-cloture time on the Ruiz nomination expire, and that following the confirmation vote, the Senate vote on the motions to invoke cloture on the Putagunta, Lopez, and Staples nominations in the order listed without intervening action or debate. Further, that if cloture is invoked on any of the nominations, the confirmation votes be at the time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Republican leader.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I want to notify all senators that they should expect 4 roll call votes beginning at 5 p.m. Mr. President, there's a photograph that we've all seen. 6 battle-weary, victorious Marines raising the American flag on Iwo Jima. It's one of the most iconic photos of World War II. It was taken 77 years ago this month. Among those 6 brave Marines was a coal miner's son from western Pennsylvania. His name was Sergeant Michael Strank. At 25 years of age, he was the oldest of the 6 flag raisers. The men in his rifle squad idolized him. One of them said he was the kind of Marine you read about, the kind they make movies about. Sergeant Strank used to tell his men, "Follow me and I'll try to bring you home safely to your mom." 1 week after he raised the American flag atop Mount Suribachi, Sergeant Michael Strank was killed in the Battle of Iwo Jima. He was the first of the 6 flag raisers to die. Today, he's buried among America's heroes in Arlington National Cemetery. But that's not the end of the story. In 2008, a Marine security guard based at the U.S. Embassy in Slovakia discovered that Michael Strank was not a natural-born U.S. citizen. He received his citizenship through his father when his father became a U.S. citizen in 1935. So where was this Marine's Marine born? He was the first child born into an ethnic Ukrainian family in what is now Slovakia. Like my own mother, who was born in Lithuania, Michael Strank came to America with his mom as a toddler as soon as his father could save the money for their passage. Those who were there that day on Iwo Jima remember that a loud cheer went up from thousands of Marines when they saw Finally, that red, white, and blue of the U.S. flag flying over the highest peak on that island. They knew that that day, in the war between freedom and tyranny, freedom had won. Today, almost 80 years later, the battle between freedom and tyranny continues, and one of its new flashpoints is the Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have made it clear. They want to be free and independent. They want to chart their own future. They want to choose their own leaders in the elections that they conduct. This is the future that more than 92% of Ukrainians chose in a referendum in 1991, after Ukraine declared its independence from the crumbling and corrupt Soviet Union. But Russian President Vladimir Putin, the old KGB agent, refuses to acknowledge Ukraine's right to exist, its right to independence, its right to self-determination. For almost 100 days, from November 2013 to January 2014, the Ukrainian people waged a revolution of dignity to force from office a corrupt, Russian-backed puppet president, and they won. In retaliation, Russia invaded and annexed the Crimean Peninsula and parts of Eastern Ukraine, and installed a Russian-friendly government. This forceful occupation of parts of Ukraine by Russia marked the first time since World War II ended that one nation had redrawn the map of Europe by force. For the last 8 years, Russia has tried relentlessly to destabilize the democratically elected government in Ukraine. This is part of the reason that President Trump's efforts to withhold congressionally approved military aid for Ukraine in order to extract political favors was egregious. And now Putin has amassed more than 120,000 Russian soldiers on the borders of Ukraine. Whether Putin is driven by megalomaniacal delusions of restoring the Soviet Union, or is simply seeking to create chaos and sow dissension among NATO allies is unclear. But here's what's clear. A Russian invasion of Ukraine would constitute a grave assault, not only on Ukraine, but on the institutions and agreements that have kept peace in Europe for almost 75 years. A Russian invasion of Ukraine also could be seen as a danger to our NATO allies in Poland and in the courageous young Baltic democracies in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. It would be a catastrophic mistake on Putin's part, and Senator Biden, now our president, has made that point over and over. Chicago is home to one of the largest Polish communities outside of Warsaw, the largest Lithuanian community outside of Vilnius, and one of the largest Ukrainian communities outside of Kyiv. More than 46,000 Ukrainian Americans live in the Chicago area, the third largest Ukrainian community in the United States. A week ago, this last Sunday, I attended a Ukrainian independence celebration at the Cultural Center in Chicago, on Chicago Avenue, in Ukrainian Village. I also, speaking at that gathering, was Oksana Marikova, Ukraine's ambassador to the United States. I can tell you, the Polish and Lithuanian communities in Chicago were there, standing in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and with the people of Poland, Lithuania, and the Baltic to decide their own futures. Vladimir Putin and his Frenchmen should know that the United States, NATO, and the entire community of democracies also believe that it is the right exclusively of Ukraine and other young democracies to protect their territorial boundaries and decide their own fate. The United States made its position clear yesterday in the UN Security Council. Ukraine, the United States, NATO, the entire community of democracies all want a diplomatic solution to Russia's threats on Ukraine. That is what we seek. If Vladimir Putin wants to avoid a debacle that will cost his nation dearly in lives and treasure, he will agree to this solution. I commend President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, and their teams for their strong support of Ukrainian independence and to fight Russian aggression. The Biden administration has provided significant military equipment for our Ukrainian friends to ensure that President Putin knows the price that a further invasion will cost. The administration has also bolstered the defense capabilities of our NATO partners in Poland and the Baltics. And if Putin is counting on partisan division in the Senate to weaken America's resolve to defend Ukraine and its neighbors, he's mistaken. Yesterday, Senator Grassley and I introduced a bipartisan resolution celebrating 100 years of diplomatic relationships between the U.S. and Baltic states and reaffirming our close relationship with these young democracies. Later this week, Senator Shaheen and I and several of our colleagues, both parties, will meet with the Baltic and Polish ambassadors to reaffirm U.S. support for their nations. And I hope that we will also see strong bipartisan support for legislation that's been drafted by Senators Menendez and Risch, the chair and ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. That bill will impose severe, crippling economic sanctions on Russia for any further invasion of Ukraine. It would bolster similar bruising sanctions drawn up by the Biden administration, and it will ensure that any Russian aggression against Ukraine or its neighbors will be felt in Russia by their economy and their people. I mentioned my mom came to this country when she was 2 years old from Lithuania, 1911. Her boat landed in Baltimore. At the time, Lithuania was under the control of Tsarist Russia. It was a brutal, repressive place. After World War II, Lithuania became part of the USSR against its will, another brutal and repressive regime. But in 1991, Lithuania became the first Soviet republic to declare its independence. In response, Soviet tanks under control of Gorbachev rolled in to crush the new Lithuanian democracy. I was there before those tanks arrived. Their parliament is called the Seimas. They had put sandbags around the outside of it to try to stop the Soviets and their tanks. They took me in the back in a small room off to the side and showed me their arsenal. It consisted of about 10 rifles that had been borrowed from farmers in the countryside to try to defend their capital in Vilnius. Kids were assembled outside, praying the rosary in the snow, lighting little candles by the sandbags to show their solidarity with the people of Lithuania, their determination to survive. Soviet tanks rolled in, killed 13 innocent people and injured dozens more. But then, to the world's astonishment, and mine too, Prime Minister Mikhail Gorbachev ordered the tanks to withdraw. Another Russian president, Boris Yeltsin, supported Lithuanian independence. We were stunned. Years after his death, Lithuania honored him with an award for his commitment to Lithuanian statehood and bilateral relations between Lithuania and Russia. Mikhail Gorbachev and Boris Yeltsin understood that you can brutalize a people who are determined to be free, but you can never defeat them. Ultimately, freedom will win. It's a tragedy that Russian President Putin cannot or will not learn that same lesson of history today when it comes to Ukraine. 77 years ago, an American Marine, born in Ukraine, raised the American flag on Iwo Jima. Today, a generation of young Ukrainians raised in freedom are holding high the yellow and blue flag of their own nation and saying, we too want to be free. Our message to them is very simple and straightforward. You are not alone. Like the shipyard workers in Gdansk and other members of the Polish Solidarity movement who helped bring an end to the decrepit, brutal Soviet Union, like the 2 million Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians who actually physically joined hands to defend freedom across their nations, history and the free world will stand with you. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Ohio.
I'm here today to talk about the escalating aggression by Russia.
Senate's in a quorum call.
Ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection, the senator is recognized.
I'm here today to talk about the escalating aggression by Russia against Ukraine, an ally and a sovereign country whose territorial integrity is once again under attack. In our generation, this is where the fight for freedom is being held. This is where it's being waged. And it's going to affect not just Ukraine and Eastern Europe, but countries all over the world, depending on the outcome. Today, I'm going to address what I think the appropriate role is for us as Americans, what more we can do to help avoid what could become an international disaster and a humanitarian crisis. Russia is the aggressor here, having invaded Ukraine twice in the past 8 years, illegally annexing Crimea, inserting troops and offensive military weaponry into the Donbas region of Ukraine, initiating cyber attacks against public and private entities in Ukraine, and using disinformation to try to destabilize the democratically elected government in Ukraine. Now they've gone further by amassing more than 100,000 troops under the command of 100 tactical groups on Russia's Ukrainian border. This Russian deployment includes rockets and tanks and artillery and is no longer just on the eastern border of Ukraine, but it's now across the borders, including the northern border, where Russian combat troops and heavy equipment have gone into Belarus, and on the Belarus-Ukrainian border, a Russian presence is being felt. It's also in Crimea and in the Black Sea area, where Russia has taken advantage of their illegal annexation to move troops into those areas close to Ukraine. Let me give you a little history about how we got here. 8 years ago, the people of Ukraine made a clear choice. They stood up to a Russian-backed corrupt government in 2014 and made a conscious decision to turn to the West, to the European Union, to us, the United States of America. I was in Ukraine in 2014, shortly after what is called the Euromaidan, also the Revolution of Dignity. The barricades were still there. And in the center of town, the Maidan in Kyiv was occupied still by Ukrainian patriots, insisting that Ukraine chart its own course. The Ukrainian people had rejected authoritarianism and instead embraced freedom, embraced democracy, freedom of speech, freedom to gather, freedom for the respect of law, respect for the judicial institutions in the country, and free markets. Now, have they stumbled along the way sometimes with regard to reforms, including of the judicial system? Yes, of course. Most fledgling democracies do, all of them do. But they've made tremendous progress. And they're on their way toward becoming what they wanted to become at the time, 8 years ago, when, again, this revolution of dignity was called the Euromaidan, more like a Western European or Eastern European country that's part of the EU. Despite Russia's unrelenting efforts to destabilize Ukraine over the past 8 years, the people of Ukraine have remained committed to this independent, sovereign, and democratic principle, that vision. And Ukrainians today are actually increasingly patriotic and opposed to the Russian efforts to destabilize their country. According to polling data, this sentiment is especially true among young people, which makes sense because they've tasted the fruits of freedom, free enterprise, the ability to express themselves, the ability to connect with the rest of the free world. They don't want state control. They don't want repression. They don't want fear. Instead, they want liberty and prosperity. Moscow and Russia would have the world believe that somehow this massive, unwarranted Russian buildup is about trying to shore up its border against threats from Ukraine and from NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Nothing could be further from the truth, of course. This is patently false. Ukraine's military posture has always been defensive. And unlike Russia, Ukraine has upheld its commitments under the Minsk agreements, which were designed to ensure a ceasefire in the Donbas region, the eastern part of Ukraine. NATO, of course, is defensive. It's not an offensive group and is no threat to Russian territorial integrity. My hope is that Congress can come together this week, Republicans, Democrats, Senate, and House, and issue a strong message to the people of Ukraine that we stand with them in their fight for freedom, to Russia that if they choose to invade, the armed conflict will carry a heavy cost, and the sanctions that would result from that would be devastating. And then to the world that the U.S. stands with its allies, not just in Eastern Europe, but throughout the freedom-loving countries of the world. I'm hoping Congress will pass an extensive sanctions package, including increased security funding for Ukraine, more resources for cybersecurity, and funding for the Global Engagement Center at the U.S. State Department to help push back on Russian disinformation. I want to say a word about our allies. In many respects, I believe that what Vladimir Putin has done by these aggressive actions we talked about is to strengthen the transatlantic alliance, including those countries that are part of NATO, but well beyond that, and countries in other parts of the world that understand that this is about the cause of freedom. So many have stepped up. Denmark is providing F-16 jets to nearby Lithuania. Spain is sending ships to join a NATO fleet. France is getting ready to send troops to Romania, they say. The United Kingdom has sent anti-tank weapons directly to Kyiv and supported Ukraine in so many ways. When I was in Ukraine recently, I was there to see a cargo plane unload anti-tank weapons from the UK to Ukraine. And recently, the United States has not just increased our military assistance to Ukraine to help it defend itself, but also we have placed 8,500 of our troops on heightened alert to go to be with our NATO allies in the region in Eastern Europe. They, of course, welcome that. Ukraine, by the way, has never asked for U.S. troops or NATO troops to defend Ukraine. They have asked for help to be able to defend themselves. And that's an important distinction. On the Russian pipeline to Europe called Nord Stream, I think it was a bad idea before all this started. I think it's even a worse idea now. Russia provides Germany with roughly a third of their natural gas supply already, a dependency that will increase substantially with the activation of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Let's not forget that this multi-billion-dollar pipeline is one that this body, the United States Senate, chose not to impose sanctions on just a few weeks ago, after we had already done so once before on a bipartisan basis. And I will say the vote last week was not 60 votes, but it was a majority of this body voting to impose sanctions. Because again, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is a bad idea in terms of the dependency of Europe on Russia. Once the pipeline is complete, it'll supply a lot of Russian gas to Germany, the rest of Europe, and Russia will use it as a political weapon. We've seen this. This is no surprise that they would do it. They did it in Moldova. Of course, they've done it in Ukraine. Even today, German prices are being affected by what Russia decides is appropriate. Germany has told us privately that they are willing to shut down the pipeline if Russia invades Ukraine. But they should say so publicly and clearly. I'm also concerned about Germany's resistance to approving arms sales to Ukraine. Again, Ukraine just wants the help to be able to defend itself. A great example of this are some artillery pieces that were made in East Germany decades ago. Those artillery pieces, those howitzers, are now in the hands of the Estonians. The Estonians want to provide these weapons to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians want them, even though they're older howitzers, they need them, need the artillery. And yet, because they were made in Germany, in East Germany, decades ago, under the licensing agreement, Germany has to approve Estonia sending Ukraine these weapons they so desperately need. That approval has not been forthcoming. To me, this is outrageous that Ukraine is not receiving the weapons it needs because another country, part of the NATO alliance, is saying that they are not going to approve the transfer. I hope that will change. I hope very soon we'll see that transfer approved. Germany, by the way, might say that, as I've heard from some, and I've had conversations about this with them, that they don't like to send weapons into hotspots. Well, they're certainly happy to send weapons into the Middle East. In fact, last year, as I understand it, was their largest year ever of exports of military weapons made in Germany to other countries, including to countries like Egypt, as an example. So we need to be sure that we're doing all we can to avoid Russia making this terrible mistake. And a big part of this should be all the countries in the region, certainly our NATO allies, standing up and providing military assistance to Ukraine and making clear that if something happens, that the consequences will be devastating because of sanctions. The cause of freedom in Eastern Europe is at stake here, but so is really the stability of all of Europe. The Ukrainian officials themselves have talked about this. The Foreign Minister Kuleba, who I met with recently in Ukraine, stated that Germany is taking a stance that, and I quote, does not correspond with the level of our relations and the current security situation, end quote. I agree. People listening may be wondering, why should the United States get engaged here? And why is this senator from Ohio passionate about this? Well, first, in Ohio, we have a lot of Ukrainians I've gotten to know over the years. And it's not just about the Ukrainian Americans in Ohio, it's about people from all over that part of the world. Central Europe, Eastern Europe, certainly the Baltics, Lithuania, Latvia. The people who I talk to tell me that this is, again, a seminal moment, not just in the history of Ukraine, but in the history of our world. Because, again, it is the fight for freedom being played out right before our eyes. These nationality groups, including, of course, the Ukrainian Americans, are deeply concerned that this continued aggression unchecked will lead to other countries, including the Baltics, including Poland and others, being subject to the same kind of pressure from Russia. But it's also because I believe what happens in Ukraine does affect the cause of freedom more broadly. Countries all over the world are watching. Authoritarian countries are watching. Democratically elected countries are watching. And they're wondering, in the 21st century, are we going to allow something like this to occur? That one country looks to another and says, I want that country, so I'm going to invade and take that land. Again, until we had the invasion of Crimea only 8 years ago, this hadn't happened in almost 80 years since World War II on the continent of Europe. This is something that countries are watching to get a message, to see whether the United States is going to continue to be the country that joins with others, including our NATO alliance, but a much broader group of freedom-loving countries, to stand up for the cause of freedom and to stand up for the right of a sovereign country to be able to protect its own borders. I recently joined a bipartisan delegation led by me and my good friend, Senator Jeanne Shaheen. Senator Murphy, who was on the floor tonight, was also with us. We personally met with President Zelensky. We also met with 4 or 5 other cabinet officials, including the Secretary of Defense. We talked about the U.S. commitment to provide military assistance to ensure Ukraine can defend itself and deter the threat. And if you talk to these individuals, and you talk to the military officials we talked to, and the commanders, and I've also been to the line of contact where this hot war is going on with Russia even today in the Donbas region. I've been there, I've talked to the troops. You will see that there is a commitment, a strong commitment by the Ukrainians to defend themselves. They get it, that this is a critical time in their history. We tried to send a clear message on a bipartisan basis. I believe we did. I believe that this time, unlike 2014, when frankly Ukraine and the world wasn't ready, that the situation is very different. The military is prepared. The people of Ukraine have a strong sense of nationalism and a deep patriotism, and they will fight. And this will be a bloody conflict that we all want to avoid. The other thing I will say about Ukraine is they're our friends. They're our allies. They share our values. When the United States was looking for help in Iraq and Afghanistan, some NATO partners came through, but so did Ukraine. Ukrainian troops were shoulder to shoulder with American troops during some very tough situations in those countries. These are our friends. This is a country that is allied with us because they believe that that is the best future for the Ukrainian people. It's time for us to stand with them in response to this unwarranted and unprovoked Russian aggression. My hope is that Congress will act on a bipartisan and bicameral basis, House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats, and send a strong message to Russia that would avoid a bloody conflict, deter them from taking the actions that they're contemplating and making a terrible mistake, but also that we would send a strong message to the people of Ukraine to give them strength during this time. And finally, a message to the global community that the lamp of freedom will not be extinguished. I yield back my time.
Mr. President?
Senator from Rhode Island.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We are 4 months into the fiscal year, and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have still not agreed to a deal to fund the federal government, including the Department of Defense. In a matter of days, we'll face the prospect of a long-term continuing resolution or a government shutdown if an agreement on overall funding levels cannot be reached. From the moment President Biden submitted his budget request, Republican leaders said his proposed $12.6 billion increase for defense was not enough. So, on a bipartisan basis, we worked to raise that number to a level proposed by the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee and supported by every Republican on the committee, as well as the 88 senators who voted for the final National Defense Authorization Act. But even with that defense number in hand, our Republican colleagues continue to draw out negotiations on a top-line funding number for the federal government. In doing so, they risk pushing us into a full-year continuing resolution that would fund defense at a level that is less than President Biden's initial request. And let me say that again. They were deeply critical of the president's proposal. They worked, and we worked with them, to get a robust increase in defense spending, and now they're prepared to accept a number even below President Biden's request. Make no mistake, a full-year CR will shortchange our military, and it will disrupt the efficient operations of the federal government in the midst of international tension, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and a fragile economic recovery. As my colleague from Ohio has just pointed out, we're in a serious confrontation on the Ukrainian border between Russian forces and Ukrainian forces. And we've indicated that we want to help. A big part of that help will come from the Department of Defense, but it'd be very difficult with a continuing resolution to marshal the help and support our colleagues and our friends in the Ukraine. As I noted, the outlines of a reasonable agreement for both defense and non-defense funding have been evident for some time. Indeed, the National Defense Authorization Act, which passed on a bipartisan basis in December, set a funding level for defense that is 5% higher than last year's enacted level. It reflects the level proposed by Ranking Member Inhofe, and as chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, I fully supported that funding level and co-sponsored Senator Inhofe's amendment to authorize the increase. For his part, Chairman Leahy has adopted the NDAA defense funding levels in the bills that the Appropriations Committee introduced in November. He accommodated that increase by reducing funding for domestic programs by $22.5 billion from the level in the administration's request. So Democrats have agreed to increase defense funding and to reduce non-defense funding from the levels requested by the president. In doing so, Democrats proposed a budget that funds defense activities at a level that is higher than non-defense activities. Let me underscore that point, because GOP leaders often say there should be parity between defense and non-defense spending. Senate Democrats have proposed spending bills that have $777.5 billion for defense and $753 billion for every other discretionary program. The VA, education, agriculture, the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and so on. Democrats have offered our Republican colleagues nearly everything they have asked for, but they won't take yes for an answer. And as we drift towards a full-year CR, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are reacting with nonchalance to the impacts on defense. Let me remind my colleagues what a full-year CR will mean for national defense. It will mean that defense spending would be about $37 billion lower than the levels set out in the NDAA and lower than the funding levels requested by President Biden. Yes, those levels they criticized so aggressively that President Biden suggests, if they pursue this path of a CR, the numbers for defense will be less than the President's initial request. It means military personnel accounts would be funded $5 billion below what the department requested. A CR means DOD will have to cannibalize other accounts in order to provide the pay raises and other benefit increases that our service members rightfully deserve. It means the Pentagon may have to delay or suspend permanent change of station moves and accession of troops. Again, all of this in the context, as my colleague from Ohio pointed out, of a major crisis in Europe and of growing concerns about Chinese activities in the Pacific. It means training and readiness accounts will fall about $5.3 billion short of what the department requested. And the key to the morale of soldiers, among one of the most important keys, is that they're well trained and they're prepared. We owe it to them to give them that training and ensure they are prepared. It means that military health care account will be short over $1 billion. A CR also means that we will be tied to funding priorities from a year ago, even though circumstances have changed markedly. For example, our military engagements with Afghanistan and Eastern Europe are vastly different from last year. Funding will be trapped in the wrong accounts, and the Defense Department will not have the flexibility to move it where it is needed. A CR will prevent the Defense Department from effectively modernizing and reinvesting in new programs. Because new program starts are not allowed under a CR, the Department of Defense would be forced into funding legacy systems that are outdated and inefficient. Meanwhile, important new initiatives and acquisitions would be delayed. We won't be able to fund the 3 additional ships and 7 more Joint Strike Fighters in the Navy's 2022 budget. The Marines would have to delay procurement of the MQ-9A Reaper UAV and the amphibious combat vehicle. The Space Force would have to cut 2 of the 5 planned national security space launch missions. And the Air Force would have to delay the ground-based strategic defense program and the long-range standoff weapon. DOD also wouldn't be able to start over 100 military construction projects, new facilities that our service members need to do their jobs safely and effectively. This includes, among others, $32 million in Air Force corrosion and simulator projects in Florida, $55 million for a Joint Operations Center at Fort Polk in Louisiana, $56 million in total projects for Wisconsin, $75 million in total projects for Georgia, $94 million in total projects for Michigan, $161 million in total projects for Texas, $186 million in total projects for California, $251 million for a one-way extension at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Alaska, $251 million in total projects for South Dakota, and $321 million in total projects for North Carolina. Finally, a CR will disrupt DOD's partnership with outside partners in the private sector and academia and our allies, because they inject uncertainty, instability, and additional cost to R&D and acquisition processes. In short, a year-long CR would make us less competitive with our adversaries and less able to respond to the rapidly changing global landscape, which was illustrated so eloquently by my colleague from Ohio. It would be a self-inflicted wound at a dangerous time for the country and our international partners. The impact will not only be felt on the defense side of the ledger. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to produce new and potentially dangerous strains, we risk losing $5 billion in research at the NIH and $2.4 billion in funding for our public health infrastructure, including funding for the CDC, BARDA, and the National Disaster Medical System. And a CR would sacrifice $3 billion in new investments in mental health. And one of the obvious outcomes of this pandemic is the mental health challenge that is facing all Americans, and particularly young Americans. We risk losing a proposed $400 increase in the maximum Pell Grant, just as schools and students are trying to finalize financial aid packages. Too many students have put off their college education due to economic hardship and uncertainty during the pandemic. This Congress should not make matters worse by withholding student aid. A CR would also be a slap in the face of the Capitol Police, who have been stretched to their limit in the aftermath of the January 6th assault on the Capitol. It would deny the department needed funding to hire new officers for overtime and retention payments, as well as resources for officer wellness and mental health support. Chairman Leahy has bent over backwards to engage our Republican colleagues. 4 months into the fiscal year, we need them to reach an agreement. Otherwise, we risk a full-year CR in which everybody loses, most of all, the American people. Mr. President, with that, I would yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection, Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you very much. First of all, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 7 minutes and Senator Barrasso be permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call of votes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today I want to speak about a piece of bipartisan legislation that Chairman Tester and I introduced with the unanimous support of every member of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, both Republicans and Democrats. Consensus is often hard to find, as we know, in this body, but caring for our nation's veterans, our heroes, has a way of bringing us together. I tell Kansans back home that it's one of the few places left in which the Senate on Veterans Affairs is one of the few places left on which Republicans and Democrats find common ground. And I hope that continues, and I hope that spreads. Caring for our nation's veterans is an honor that we all have. And when you reach an agreement between some of the most liberal members of our committee and the most conservative members of our committee, you know that you have a really good deal. I first learned about the issue of toxic exposure years ago while attending an event for Vietnam veterans at home in Kansas. After hearing about their struggles with exposure to Agent Orange, I introduced the Toxic Exposure Research Act, which was signed into law in 2016, and mandates research on health conditions of children and grandchildren of veterans who were exposed to toxins during their military service. Our military veterans and their families and their survivors know exposure to toxic substances has become commonplace in modern warfare. Regrettably, the negative long-term health effects are sometimes not identified until long after the time of exposure, leaving veterans to face serious medical issues years after their service. Toxic exposure during military service has created significant health care concerns for veterans going back to mustard gas exposure in World War I, and most notably the Vietnam generation's exposure to Agent Orange. Despite these clear examples of lasting impact of military toxic exposure, struggles with health conditions associated with burn pits continue to plague the latest generation of veterans who served in the global war on terror. I've spoken with veterans across Kansas and held a town hall meeting in my home state on the effects of toxic exposure on our veterans' health. My office continues to receive casework from veterans regarding the burden of proof to gain access to health care. This legislation, the one that our committee will consider tomorrow, lessens that burden and creates a pathway for thousands of Kansas veterans and many more thousands of American veterans to receive health care for illnesses caused by toxic exposure. For decades, toxic exposed veterans have faced overwhelming barriers to getting VA health care and the services that they deserve. Post 9/11 veterans are the newest generation of American heroes to suffer from toxic exposures encountered in their military service. These American heroes who put on the uniform and volunteered to go into harm's way on our behalf deserve to have their level of commitment matched by those of us who serve here in Congress. When our government sends troops to war, we make a pledge to care for them when they come home. Veterans who are made sick from service deserve medical care for those conditions. The Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act is an important first step to make certain our veterans receive the care they need as a result of their service. I appreciate the entire Senate Veterans Affairs Committee working together to craft this consequential legislation to care for our service members who put their lives and health on the line for us. I also appreciate every member of the Senate Veterans Committee, Senators Tillis, Hassan, Sullivan, Manchin, Bozeman, Sanders, Cassidy, Brown, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Tuberville, Harno, Kramer, Sinema, and Rounds for working together to better the lives of those who served. And additionally, I'm grateful for the support of many VSOs, veteran service organizations that represent millions of veterans across the nation. This legislation is part of a comprehensive and phased approach. The first phase provides the VA with the authority it needs to expand health care for combat veterans. Many who are sick and suffering, time is running out, and our first priority is to get these veterans health care now, to get them health care now. Our bill would also mandate training for the VA healthcare providers and benefits specialists to ensure a level of competence across the department to make certain veterans receive exemplary treatment and service. Our legislation would direct the VA to incorporate a clinical screening to inquire about a veteran's potential exposure and symptoms commonly associated with toxic exposure. I talked to a veteran today who says she's been to the VA twice for care and treatment, never been asked about whether she encountered any substance that could be damaging to her health during her service. After speaking with these veterans, I've come to understand that this basic and preventive act of screening is not part of enrollment or basic care provided by the department. That must change. Solutions to this complex problem cannot be generated by Congress alone and require a coordinated and systematic approach that involves partnering with the VA. My view is that we make a commitment to those who serve that we will do our work. This is a step, a significant step in getting us to a point which we are living up to that commitment and doing it in a way that is not damaging to any other veteran. I urge my colleagues to read our bill, to grow their understanding of this complex challenge, and to join our committee, every single member of the committee, in passing this bill to get one step closer to providing care and relief on one of the most pressing challenges facing veterans today. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first I'd like to commend my colleague, the senior senator from Kansas, for his incredible ongoing leadership on the issue of the veterans of our nation and his strong commitment to each and every one of those veterans and to the men and women who wear the uniform and bear the battle to keep us safe and keep us free. And it is his long history of leadership for which I'm most grateful. Mr. President, I come to the floor today to talk about a different issue, and that is the need for more American energy. Right now, the American people are facing the worst inflation in 40 years. In November, we saw the biggest price increases from an energy standpoint in 10 years. CNBC reports that 1 in 5 American families could not afford to pay an energy bill this past year. Roughly the same number of Americans have kept their home at an unhealthy temperature because they can't afford the cost of energy to heat it. Gas prices have gone up by roughly $1 a gallon since Joe Biden took office. It's the fastest increase in gas prices in 40 years. The price of gas affects the price of everything else. It's increasingly expensive in this country to transport goods from the farm and from the factory to the people who need the products. As a result, the American people aren't just paying more at the pump, they're also paying more at the grocery store. So why are energy prices rising so quickly? Well, demand is up and supply is down. It's basic economics. Under Joe Biden, American energy production still hasn't recovered in this country to the levels that we were producing energy prior to the pandemic. Why would that be? Because this is a direct result of the anti-American energy policies of this White House. On his first day in office, Joe Biden killed the Keystone XL pipeline. He blocked new oil and gas leases on public lands all across the country. He stopped exploration for energy in the Arctic. He tried to ban exploration for energy on our coasts and off our coasts. He's threatened to raise taxes on American energy. So what happens? Well, as a result of this radical, anti-American Biden energy agenda, we're failing to produce enough energy in this country. And people who have the capacity and ability to do it and have worked those jobs for a long time are having a hard time keeping a job. America is now producing 1.4 million fewer barrels of oil each and every day than we were prior to the pandemic. We're now using more oil from Russia than we are from Alaska. This is specifically the result of the Biden policies. Joe Biden is attacking American energy. He's turning into a great salesman for Russia energy. I mean, why is it that right now we are importing twice as much crude oil from Russia as we did a year ago? It's because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden has even had his national security advisor plead with Russia to produce more oil to sell to the United States. I know, Mr. President, you may find that very hard to believe. Well, all you need to do is go to the White House website and read the sad fact. Just months after he killed the Keystone Pipeline, Joe Biden gave a big stamp of approval to Vladimir Putin. To Putin for his pipeline, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Kill the American pipeline, approve the Russian pipeline. Joe Biden's energy policy is pipelines for Putin, no pipeline for the American people, and the American people have been paying the price as a result. Seems that Joe Biden would rather have us buy energy from our enemies than have us produce the energy in our country and sell it to our friends. So as a result of the Biden policies, Vladimir Putin has hit the energy financial jackpot. For decades, Putin has used energy as a geopolitical weapon. What does he use it? How does he use it? Well, he uses it to coerce and to intimidate. And that includes our allies. Now, we saw this in November when Putin shut off the flow of natural gas to Moldova. By giving Vladimir Putin Nord Stream 2, President Biden gave Putin a new geopolitical weapon. And now Putin is emboldened, and he is flush with cash. Right now, today, Vladimir Putin is preparing to do something he has wanted to do for years. He has amassed over 100,000 troops on the border with Ukraine. With the Winter Olympics about to begin in China, Vladimir Putin is expected to invade Ukraine. If Russia invades, this will only worsen the energy crisis in that part of the world, but also here as well. Vladimir Putin is cunning, he's opportunistic, and he is aggressive. When he sees an opportunity, he takes it. Putin can smell weakness, and he views our president, Joe Biden, as weak and ineffective. The sledgehammer that we have against Putin is to shut down the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and do it permanently. Last month, this body had an opportunity to do just that. Yet Senate Democrats filibustered the bill. The same Democrats who voted to get rid of the filibuster on the floor of the Senate used the filibuster to shut down a bill that many of them have supported for years. Hypocrisy at its worst. So Democrats last week, based on lobbying from the White House, refused to sanction Putin's pipeline. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline is going to lead to an enormous transfer of wealth from our allies to our enemies. It's going to make our allies weaker, and it's going to make Vladimir Putin that much stronger. When Putin gets stronger and wealthier, what does he do? Well, he tends to become more aggressive. It's not just a threat to Europe, it's a threat to the whole world. That's why I've introduced legislation called the Escape Act. My bill imposes mandatory sanctions on Russian pipeline projects, and it expedites the sales of American natural gas to our NATO allies. We have the ability to produce massive amounts of more energy in the United States than Joe Biden and the Democrats are allowing our country to produce. And of course, the Democrats are killing jobs and hurting paychecks in the process. It's incumbent upon us to give our allies an opportunity to have energy and not be beholden to Vladimir Putin's supply. We need to produce it here. We have it here. We should be producing it here. Vladimir Putin knows how to turn off the lights. He knows how to raise energy prices in foreign countries. Can't let Europe become more dependent on Vladimir Putin for anything. And neither should we become more dependent, although that seems to be the Biden policy. Buy more crude oil from Russia than we were a year ago. Joe Biden in action. We need to expand our exports. We need to expand production of American energy, and we have it, and we have the capacity to do it. If we want to reduce inflation, and that is the #1 topic that I heard about in Wyoming this past week as I traveled around and visited with high school groups, Rotary clubs, people in diners, folks all around the state and many, many communities. So why aren't we just producing more energy at home, and that will help bring down the costs at the pump, the cost to heat, the cost to get goods to market. We need to be producing America in this country, not be beholden to the far left extremists who want energy costs to go up on American people who are struggling to get by. Energy is called the master resource for a reason. It powers our nation, it powers our military, it powers our economy. The same is true for our allies. We should not allow our allies to fall into the clutches of Vladimir Putin, even though that's what Joe Biden's policies are doing today. We need more American energy, not less, and we need it now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Duckworth, Feinstein, Hirono, Klobuchar, Leahy, Markey, Murphy, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Crapo, Moran, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Sass, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Burr? Mr. Burr, aye.
Come on.
Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Tester, aye.
All right. God help us.
Mr. Rounds, aye.
We know this is a 30, right? Not a 2.
Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Thank you. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cruz, no.
Yes, hi. Oh, beautiful. On this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 35, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 404, Rupa Ranga Patagunta of the District of Columbia to be Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Rupa Ranja Putagunta of the District of Columbia to be Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia for the term of 15 years shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. I did. Mr. Daines. Thank you. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney,
No, you guys still voting slow.
Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Thank you. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Collins, Gillibrand, Graham, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Burr, Cornyn, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Haggerty, Hawley, Lummis, Marshall, Paul, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Thune, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Cotton, no. I did not. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Leahy, Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Braun, Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Shelby, Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Casey, Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Toomey, Mr. Toomey, aye. Ms. Cinema, Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warner,
Aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Risch? Mr. Risch? No. Ms. Hirono? Ms. Hirono? Aye.
Mr. Manchin? Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. King? Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst? No. Mr. Booker? Mr. Booker? Aye. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no.
The yeas are 59, the nays 38, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The judiciary, Ruparanga Puttagunta of the District of Columbia to be an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 406, Kenya Xion Lopez of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kenya Xion Lopez of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia for a term of 15 years shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
No.
Mr. Bennett. Okay, wait. Warren, Stabenow, Herreno. Thank you. Thank you. And Cornyn. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. I did, thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cardin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, King, Manchin, Murkowski, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Smith, Stabenow, Warren, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Paul, Risch, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, and Sullivan. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. No, it's all right. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Cinema, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Yes. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Burr, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Rounds, aye.
The yeas are 59, the nays are 38, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Kenia Lopez of District of Columbia to be an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 410, Sean C. Staples of the District of Columbia to be an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Sean C. Staples of the District of Columbia to be an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia for the term of 15 years shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, just one? Oh, yeah, because it hits in a couple places. So why do a substitute when you can? Mr. Hoven. Why be consistent? No reason. Okay. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Is that it?
Good hour or two today? Yeah. We had good luck. Yeah,
What do you?
good luck.
No. Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Leahy, Markey, McConnell, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Portman, Reed, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wyden, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Heidsmith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Risch, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, aye. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 55, the nays are 38, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary. Sean C. Staples of the District of Columbia to be an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
Madam President.
The senator from New Jersey.
Madam President, before I begin my remarks, I've been asked to do the wrap-up, so I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointments at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 26, S-Res 35.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 26, S-Res 35, condemning the military coup that took place on February 1, 2021 in Burma, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I further ask that the committee's reported amendment to the resolution be withdrawn. The amendment to the resolution, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the resolution.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the resolution as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution as amended is agreed to.
I further ask that the committee reported amendment to the preamble be withdrawn. The amendment to the preamble, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The preamble as amended be agreed to. The amendment to the title be considered and agreed to. And the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 167, S-Res 345.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 167, S-Res 345, expressing the sense of the Senate on the political situation in Belarus.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I further ask that the Shaheen amendment at the desk to the committee reported amendment to the resolution be agreed to. The committee reported amendment as amended be agreed to.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the resolution as amended.
If there's no further debate, the question's on the resolution as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution as amended is agreed to.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported amendment to the preamble be agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Commerce Committee be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 496.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 496, congratulating the University of Georgia Bulldogs football team for winning the 2022 National Collegiate Athletic Association College Football Playoff National Championship.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the Ossoff substitute amendment at the desk to the resolution be agreed to, the resolution be amended, and the resolution as amended be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 501 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 501, designating the week of January 23 through January 29, 2022 as National School Choice Week.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-Res 502, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 502, acknowledging and commemorating the World War II women in the Navy who served in the Women Accepted for Voluntary Emergency Services, waives.
I further ask that the resolution be...
Without, excuse me, Senator, without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I further ask that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from New Jersey.
Madam President, for nearly 30 years, first as a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and to this day as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I've had the privilege of engaging in the most pressing foreign policy and national security issues facing our nation. And while we are rightly focused on the crisis unfolding around Ukraine, we must not lose sight of how dangerously close Iran is to becoming a nuclear-armed state. For we know that a nuclear-armed Iran would pose an unacceptable threat to U.S. national security interests, to our allies in Europe, and to overall stability in the Middle East. As someone who has followed Iran's nuclear ambition for the better part of 3 decades, I'm here today to raise concerns about the current round of negotiations over the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action and Iran's dangerously and rapidly escalating nuclear program that has put it on the brink of having enough material for a nuclear weapon. 3 to 4 weeks, a month or less. That's how long most analysts have concluded it would take Iran to produce enough fissile material for a nuclear bomb, if they chose to do so. That is not a timeline we can accept. That is why I'm calling on the Biden administration and our international partners to exert more pressure on Iran to counter its nuclear program, its missile program, and its dangerous behavior around the Middle East, including attacks on American personnel and assets. Now, before I continue, let me set the record straight. While some have tried to paint me as belligerent to diplomacy, or worse, I've always believed that multilateral diplomatic negotiations from a position of strength are the best way to address Iran's nuclear program. And I've always advocated for a comprehensive diplomatic agreement that is long-lasting, fully verifiable, and with an enforceable snapback system of sanctions should Iran breach any terms. It was for very specific reasons that I opposed the JCPOA back in 2015, as well as an underlying concern that I just could not shake, a sense that the deal at the time itself was a best-case scenario hinging on good faith actors and overly optimistic outcomes, without enough consideration for the worst-case scenarios that might arise from the behavior of bad actors. Today, many of the concerns I expressed about the JCPOA back in August of 2015 are coming back to haunt us in the year 2022. First and foremost, my overarching concern with the JCPOA was that it did not require the complete dismantlement of Iran's nuclear infrastructure. Instead, it mothballed that infrastructure for 10 years, making it all too easy for Iran to resume its illicit nuclear program at a moment of its choosing. The deal did not require Iran to destroy or fully decommission a single uranium enrichment centrifuge. In fact, over half of Iran's operating centrifuges at the time were able to continue spinning at its Natanz facility. The remainder, more than 5,000 operational centrifuges and nearly 10,000 not yet operational, were to be merely disconnected. Instead of being completely removed, they were transferred to another hall at Natanz where they could be quickly reinstalled to enrich uranium, which is exactly what we have seen happen over the past year. Nor did the deal shut down or destroy the Fordo nuclear facility, which Iran constructed underneath a mountain to house its covert uranium enrichment infrastructure. Under the JCPOA, it was merely repurposed. Now Iran is back in business at Fordo, spinning its most advanced centrifuges and enriching uranium to a higher level of purity than before it entered into the JCPOA. In the 2 years since President Trump left the JCPOA, Iran has resumed its research and development into a range of centrifuges, making rapid improvements to their effectiveness, huge strides that we will never be able to roll back. Today, Iran has more fissile material, 2,500 kilograms, more advanced centrifuges, and a shorter breakout time, 3 to 4 weeks, than it had in 2015. This is exactly why I was so concerned over the JCPOA's framework of leaving the vast majority of Iran's nuclear program intact. This is how Iran was able to rapidly rebuild and advance its enrichment capabilities once the agreement fell apart. That was a serious mistake. Back in 2015, I also expressed my grave concern that Iran only agreed to provisionally apply the additional protocol of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The additional protocol is what allows the International Atomic Energy Administration to go beyond merely verifying that all declared nuclear material and facilities are being used for peaceful purposes, and provides it with a verification mechanism to ensure states do not have undeclared nuclear materials and facilities. The additional protocol was particularly important because Iran has never fully come clean about its previous clandestine nuclear activities. For well over 2 decades, mounting concerns over Iran's secret weaponization efforts united the world. The goal that we have long sought, along with the international community, is to find out exactly what Iran accomplished in its clandestine program, not necessarily to get Iran to declare culpability, but to determine how far they advanced their weaponization program so that we would know what signatures to look for in the future. David Albright, a physicist and former nuclear weapons inspector and founder of the Institute for Science and International Security, said, quote, "Addressing the International Atomic Energy Administration's concerns about the military dimensions of Iran's nuclear program is fundamental to any long-term agreement. An agreement that sidesteps the military issues would risk being unverifiable." The reason that he said that, quote, an agreement that sidesteps the military issues would be unverifiable is because it makes a difference if you are 90% in terms of enriched material down the road in your weaponization efforts or only 10% advanced. 90% or 10%, it makes a big difference. The state of Iran's weaponization efforts significantly impacts the breakout time for the regime to complete an actual deliverable weapon. So this verifiability is critical. And in 2015, I explained the JCPOA did not empower international weapons inspectors to conduct the kind of, quote, anywhere, anytime inspections needed to get to the bottom of Iran's previous weaponization program. And in February of last year, 2021, we saw the consequences of not insisting that Iran permanently ratify the additional protocol. Iran simply decided they were done with the additional protocol and refused to allow the International Atomic Energy Administration to fully investigate locations where it found traces of uranium enrichment. It is now obvious that the IAEA, or what we call the International Atomic Energy Administration, is significantly limited in its ability to determine the extent of Iran's previous nuclear program and whether further militarization activities have continued all this time. Without the complete adoption of the additional protocol, the JCPOA did not empower the IAEA to achieve this task. So that was then, and this is now. And though I had my concerns with the JCPOA, as I've expressed, I am also absolutely clear-eyed, as everyone else in this chamber should be, that the way in which President Trump unilaterally withdrew from the deal with no diplomatic plan for constraining Iran's nuclear ambitions, without the support of any of our allies, without any kind of serious alternative, emboldened Iran to pursue its nuclear ambitions like never before. Now, we can't live in a counterfactual world where all parties remained in full compliance, but we do know that even for the first couple of years of the JCPOA, Iran's leaders gave absolutely no indication that they were willing to look beyond the scope of these limited terms and fought vigorously to keep their highly advanced nuclear infrastructure in place. And that was under a more quote-unquote moderate regime. They continued their destabilizing activities and support for terrorism in the greater Middle East with abandon. So today I ask, why would we try to simply go back to the JCPOA, a deal that was not sufficient in the first place and still doesn't address some of the most serious national security concerns that we have? So let me lay out specific concerns about the parameters of the JCPOA, which it appears that the Biden administration is seeking to reestablish. For decades now, Iran has pursued all three elements necessary to create and to deliver a nuclear weapon: producing nuclear material for a weapon, the fissile material. That's basically what we just talked about being 3 to 4 weeks away. The scientific research and development to build a nuclear warhead. That's why we don't know the full dimensions of what they were doing in terms of how advanced they got to the weaponization, the ability to have the nuclear warhead that makes the bomb go boom. And then the ballistic missile to deliver them. That they already have. So if you think about it, they have the missiles capable, I'll talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. They have the missiles capable of delivering. They have the fissile material, on the verge of having the fissile material necessary to create the ability for an explosion. The only question, these are checked off, the only question is the warhead. At what point are they there? And we don't fully know. Since the Trump administration exited the deal, Iran has installed more than 1,000 advanced centrifuges, enabling it to enrich uranium more quickly. While the deal the U.S. and our partners are pursuing in Vienna would ostensibly seek to reverse technological advancements, the acquisition of knowledge, that is never reversible. As Kelsey Davenport of the Arms Control Association has said, Iran's nuclear program hit new milestones over the past years. And to quote it, it says, as it masters the new capabilities, it will change our understanding about how the country, in this case Iran, may pursue nuclear weapons down the road. Madam President, that is exactly why the United States and our partners' starting position during our original negotiations was the complete dismantlement of Iran's enrichment facilities and capacity. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, Iran has produced uranium enriched to more than 60% purity, more than 60% purity at the Natanz facility. Why is 60% purity so alarming? Well, as the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Association, the UN international watchdog on these issues, Rafael Grossi has stated Iran's decision to enrich uranium to 60% to produce uranium metal has no justification for civilian purposes. No justification for civilian purposes. Iran says, well, we only want nuclear energy for domestic energy consumption. But as the IAEA's head says, it has no justification to enrich uranium to 60% for civilian purposes. In other words, Iran has already done most of the heavy lifting. Furthermore, the IAEA reports that Iran's nuclear stockpile has grown to nearly 2,500 kilograms. That's nearly 2.5 tons of enriched uranium, and 8 times the cap that was agreed to in the JCPOA. More and more advanced centrifuges, a much larger nuclear stockpile, and vastly higher levels of enrichment are a dangerous combination. As I noted before, Iran's breakout time is now a mere 3 to 4 weeks. But according to a report from David Albright and others at the Institute for Science and International Security, Iran could enrich uranium for a second weapon in less than 4 months. Once they hit this breakout period, which is 4 weeks away, then to get their second bomb, we're talking about 4 months. So while the U.S. has recognized Iran's right to civilian nuclear power, Iran's behavior continues to indicate that it is actively moving towards developing nuclear weapons capabilities. Adding to the alarm is the fact that we don't even have the full picture of exactly how far it's gone. Again, that's why full access was and is such a critical component of any deal. As the original deal was being negotiated, we started from a place of anywhere, anytime inspections that we wanted. Anywhere, anytime. But that's not where the deal landed. And while I recognize that other factors have contributed to Iran's efforts to block inspectors, simply put, I was not satisfied in 2015 with the level of visibility the agreement afforded. And today, indeed, the IAEA readily states it does not have the necessary level of access. In fact, in September of 2021, the IAEA director, Rafael Grossi, warned that Iran's failure to fully cooperate and communicate with the IAEA is seriously compromising the IAEA's ability to have full insight into Iran's program. IAEA inspectors were denied access 3 times to the Karaj centrifuge component production facility in their efforts to install new surveillance cameras to monitor Iranian activities. In addition, Iran is not cooperating with the IAEA's ongoing 2-year-old investigation into the presence of nuclear materials found at 4 locations outside of Iran's declared nuclear program sites. Iran has allowed access to 2 of those locations, but has denied and delayed access to the other 2. The IAEA has further warned that multiple times, that their lack of substantive engagement in resolving these issues seriously affects the agency's ability to provide assurance of the exclusively peaceful nature of Iran's nuclear program. But Iran's obstruction has gone far beyond reneging on the inspection protocols agreed to in the JCPOA. As I mentioned previously, in February of last year, Iran suspended implementation of the additional protocol. Following that suspension, the IAEA managed an arrangement where Tehran agreed to certain surveillance activities. But even though there was an agreement, it refused to transmit any data from that surveillance until it got all the sanctions relief the regime felt entitled to under the JCPOA. Never mind their own repeated failures to meet their obligations under the JCPOA. Madam President, we're not dealing with a good faith actor here. Iran's consistent obfuscation, continued stalling, and outlandish demands have left us flying blind, especially when it comes to verifying that Iran is not engaged in activities related to the weaponization process, activities related to the design and development of a nuclear explosive device, activities which were explicitly banned in Section T of the JCPOA. I'm talking about utilizing computer models to simulating nuclear explosions, developing the diagnostic equipment for nuclear testing, researching conventional explosives for triggering a nuclear explosion. The JCPOA banned these activities because substantial evidence indicated that Iran had in fact pursued them in the past. Yet we cannot verify whether Iran is pursuing them again. We cannot know for sure that the Iranian government has repeatedly stated the IAEA lacks the authority to inspect the very military sites where these activities took place. The activities where the IAEA has wanted to go to, but have been denied. With Iran's breakout time now less than a month, we must be able to verify the scope of Iran's weaponization research. And this must include Iran's ballistic missile program. We already know that Iran has ballistic missiles that could carry a warhead to the Middle East and parts of Europe. Indeed, given how far Iran's enrichment capabilities, research and development have advanced, the only element left is preventing Iran from weaponizing its stockpile. All this contributes to why we have a well-founded, deep mistrust of Iran's willingness to seriously curtail its nuclear program. And of course, Iran keeps reminding the United States and our Arab Gulf partners that its missile program presents its own unique threats outside of the nuclear file. I remain highly skeptical it will suspend any of its other threatening and destabilizing activities, from ballistic missile development to support for terrorist proxies. Even as the United States, our P5+1 partners in Iran, convened in Vienna for indirect negotiations about returning to the JCPOA, Iran's leaders took it upon themselves to antagonize all parties and show, my view, their true intentions. In December, they launched a rocket with a satellite carrier into space to remind us all that even as they drag out diplomatic negotiations, their ambitions remain acquiring the ability to eventually deliver a nuclear warhead. This launch was yet another provocation like those we've seen over the past several years, some of which directly violate the terms of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. That resolution codified the JCPOA, our agreement with Iran, and plenty of others that are far outside of the limited scope of the deal. Beyond this failed launch into space, Iran's dangerous behavior has hit closer to home. In recent years, Iran has increased direct threats to U.S. personnel and assets, and continue providing weapons to terrorist proxies throughout the Middle East. The U.S. intelligence community last year assessed that, quote, Iran and its militant allies continue to plot terrorist attacks against U.S. persons and interests. Iran has the largest ballistic missile force in the region and is increasingly active in using cyberspace to influence and to enable influence operations. The Center for Strategic and International Studies reports that Iran not only has the largest and most diverse ballistic missile program in the region, but it has also used those ballistic missiles to attack U.S. personnel stationed in Iraq. Personnel who, let's be clear, have been there at the invitation of the Iraqi government. While our last president made light of what he called headaches, the fact is nearly a dozen service members suffered from traumatic brain injuries during the attack on Al-Assad Air Base in 2020. And already this year, there have been 3 rocket and drone attacks, with public reports of 14 rockets hitting an Iraqi air base hosting U.S. forces and wounding 2 American service members. Allow me to share an article in The New Yorker by Robin Wright entitled "The Looming Threat of a Nuclear Crisis with Iran." She writes of a conversation with CENTCOM Commander General Kenneth McKenzie in which he said the following: "The lesson of al-Assad is that Iran's missiles have become a more immediate threat than its nuclear program. For decades, Iran's rockets and missiles were wildly inaccurate. At al-Assad, they hit pretty much where they wanted to hit. Now they can strike effectively across the breadth and depth of the Middle East. They could strike with accuracy, and they could strike with volume," close quote. The article continues, "The regime has concentrated on developing missiles with longer reach, precision accuracy, and greater destructive power. Iran is one of the world's top missile producers. Its arsenal is the largest and most diverse in the Middle East," the Defense Intelligence Agency has reported. Now, as President Biden's special envoy on the question of negotiations on a potential return to the JCPOA, Robert Malley, has said, Iran has proven that using its ballistic missile program as a means to coerce or intimidate its neighbors is a real challenge. Now, Iran can fire more missiles than its adversaries. More missiles than its adversaries, including the United States and Israel, can shoot down or destroy. Tehran has achieved what General McKenzie calls overmatch, a level of capability in which a country has weaponry that makes it extremely difficult to check or defeat. Iran's strategic capacity is now enormous, McKenzie said. They've got overmatch in the theater, the ability to overwhelm. Iran now has the largest known underground complexes in the Middle East, housing nuclear and missile programs. Most of the tunnels are in the west, facing Israel, or on the southern coast across from Saudi Arabia and other Gulf sheikdoms. This fall, satellite imagery tracked new underground construction near Bakhtaran, the most extensive complex. The tunnels, carved out of rock, descend more than 1,600 feet underground. Some complexes reportedly stretch for miles. Iran calls them missile cities. A recording of deceased General Soleimani echoes in the background. Quote, "You start this war, but we create the end of it." An underground railroad ferries Imad missiles for rapid successive launches. Imads have a range of 1,000 miles and can carry a conventional or a nuclear warhead. The Islamic Republic has thousands of ballistic missiles, according to U.S. intelligence assessments. They can reach, and we see in this map there are different missiles, but how far they can reach. It's furthest 2,000 kilometers. They can reach as far as 1,300 miles in any direction, deep into India and China to the east, high into Russia in the north, to Greece and other parts of Europe to the west, and as far south as Ethiopia in the Horn of Africa and dozens of countries in between. About 100 missiles could reach Israel The Biden administration has hoped to use progress on the nuclear deal to eventually broaden diplomacy and include Iran's neighbors in talks on reducing regional tensions. Ms. Wright then again quotes Special Envoy on Iran, Rob Malley, as saying, even if we can revive the JCPOA, those problems are going to continue to poison the region and risk destabilizing it. If they continue, the response will be robust. Well, it may be too late. Tehran has shown no willingness to barter over its missiles, as it has with its nuclear program. She also quotes Jeffrey Lewis, an expert on missile proliferation at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, who said, quote, once you've spent the money to build the facilities and train people and deliver missiles to the military units that were built around these missiles, you have an enormous constituency that wants to keep them. I don't think there's any hope of limiting Iran's missile program, close quotes. And President Raisi of Iran told reporters after his election, regional issues or the missile issue are non-negotiable, non-negotiable. Now, the United States military is still vastly more powerful than anything built or imagined in Iran. Yet Iran has proven to be an increasingly shrewd rival. It has trained a generation of foreign engineers and scientists to assemble weaponry. It has dispatched stateless dhows loaded with missile parts for Houthi rebels who have fired missiles at military and civilian targets in Saudi Arabia. It has provided the older, dumb rocket technology to Hamas and Islamic Jihad. The majority of the precision project kits crossing at Abu Kamal go to Lebanon, where Hezbollah upgrades its short-range rockets and missiles to hit more accurately and to penetrate more deeply inside of Israel. Hezbollah is now estimated to have at least 14,000 missiles and more than 100,000 rockets, mostly courtesy of Iran. As McKenzie says, they have the ability to strike very precisely into Israel in a way they have not enjoyed in the past. I share this article on the floor today because I believe it captures the gravity of our present reality, and I encourage all of our colleagues to read it. Beyond what Ms. Wright has laid out above with excellent sources and details, let's also not forget that Iran continues to be a steady fighting partner for the murderous Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria, all the while expanding its military footprint along our ally Israel's northern border. And let's not forget, all of this belligerent behavior has escalated despite the ballistic restrictions under UN Security Council Resolution 2231. Madam President, Resolution 2231 of the United Nations was the framework that endorsed the JCPOA and imposed other restrictions. So just think of where Iran will go when these restrictions expire next year. They expire under existing law next year. Beyond this alarming aggression throughout the region, within its borders, Iran continues to remind the world it has no respect for human rights. It is a country where dissidents and activists who want a better future are persecuted and killed. Indeed, just last January, Bakhtash Abtin, a prominent Iranian poet and human rights activist who was jailed for, quote, propaganda against the state, died in the notorious Evin prison from COVID-19. Iran's judicial system is a sham that denies basic human rights like freedom of expression and condones torture and extrajudicial killings. Last year, get this, the U.S. Justice Department indicted 4 Iranians for conspiring to kidnap and kill an Iranian-American journalist, Masish Al-Yanad, surveilling her daily activities in Brooklyn, New York, here on American soil. And we cannot forget the 4 American citizens who Iran continues to wrongfully detain. Babak and Siamak Namazi, Emad Shagri, and Morad Tabaz, who are suffering in prison and whose family members are desperately seeking their return. It is against this backdrop of bad behavior that Iran is ostensibly negotiating a return to the JCPOA, or maybe just dragging out the time. It took years of crushing U.S. and international sanctions to bring Iran to the negotiating table in the first place. I know, because I was the author of many of them. And we had to remain united in order to bring them to the table. And now we have to remain united as well. Now, I've been cautiously optimistic about the Biden administration's initial efforts. I waited for the last year to see results. Before the Foreign Relations Committee, the Secretary of State and others, senior members of the administration insisted that they would look for a longer and stronger agreement. I have a pretty good sense of what I think longer and stronger means. Longer is obvious, more time. Stronger, dealing with elements that had not been previously dealt with. However, a year later, I have yet to hear any parameters of longer or stronger terms, or whether that's even a feasible prospect. And even when it seemed that a constructive agreement might be possible last summer, upon taking office, the Raisi government abandoned all previous understandings, and as I mentioned, made absolutely clear that Iran's ballistic missiles and regional proxy networks are not negotiable. His words, not negotiable. Moreover, at this point, we seriously have to ask, what exactly are we trying to salvage? What are we trying to salvage? Iran has moved so far out of compliance with so many of the terms of the JCPOA and of the terms of the UN Security Council Resolution 2231. Meanwhile, the arms embargo that we had has already expired, and restrictions on Iran's missile program are about to expire next year. To quote again Rob Malley, the president's Iran negotiator, trying to revive the deal at this point would be, quote, tantamount to trying to revive a dead corpse. I think he's right. It's time to start thinking out of the box and consider new strategies for rolling back Iran's nuclear program and addressing its dangerous and nefarious activities. These new efforts should include creative diplomatic initiatives, stricter sanctions enforcement, and a steely determination from Congress to back up President Biden's declaration that Iran will, quote, never get a nuclear weapon on my watch, his words. One critical first step is vigorously enforcing the sanctions we have in place. A few weeks ago, the Washington Post reported on the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps' extensive oil smuggling operations throughout the Persian Gulf. Smuggled Iranian fuel and secret nighttime transfers. Seafarers recount how it is done. Now, I was pleased to see the Treasury Department dispatch a senior official to the United Arab Emirates, which has been part of this, to help stop it. More significantly, and despite what it says publicly, numerous reports also suggest that China continues to buy Iranian crude oil at a discount. A lucrative lifeline for the Iranian regime that both subverts international oil markets and gives China yet another inroad into the Middle East. Using a sophisticated web of shipping, delivery, and tanker flagging techniques, private energy analysts, and here's where we see their abilities in this space right in here, to make these transfers that ultimately go to China through tanker flagging techniques. Private energy estimates estimate that China bought an average of 350,000 to 650,000 barrels per day last year. And according to United Against Nuclear Iran, this amounted, that reality of how many barrels they're buying per day amounted to about $10 billion going to the Iranian regime in violation of existing sanctions. We can't turn a blind eye to these violations. The Biden administration must rigorously enforce our sanctions, including targeted Chinese entities, in a way that will impose a serious cost. We must use our sanctions to crush the illicit underground economy of Iranian oil shipments throughout the world. The international community must also leverage a full range of tools. We have to urge our P5+1 partners to call for snapback sanctions on Iran under the parameters of the JCPOA. And we should be urging the EU to reimpose its pre-JCPOA sanctions on Iran. Now, of course, we have to be realistic here. Former President Trump's disastrous withdrawal from the JCPOA hampered our ability on the sanctions front. Indeed, when former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo went to the UN in the summer of 2020 and attempted to invoke the snapback mechanism, our European partners and the rest of the P5+1 roundly rejected him and pointed out that the United States, from their view, did not even have the standing to do so, having exited the deal. But that was then. That said, I believe the Biden administration has diligently worked to build back trust and cooperation with our partners. And I believe the remaining partners must look at the facts and officially invoke the snapback mechanism to send a strong signal to the Iranians. But we must also be thinking beyond the JCPOA. It's worth noting that even though President Trump's withdrawal, from my view, was a strategic, serious error, nothing technically constrained his ability to do so. Iranian leaders insist they want a guarantee that the United States will not withdraw from any future agreement. As these negotiations continue, the best guarantee of a sustainable diplomatic agreement with Iran and the international community is to build one that garners bipartisan political support. One such idea that I have been working on with Senator Graham is a regional nuclear fuel bank that would provide Iran with access to fuel on the condition that it forgoes all domestic uranium enrichment and reprocessing. Now, that idea may sound lofty, but it's worth noting that the IAEA already runs a nuclear fuel bank that provides access to members in the case of a disruption to their existing fuel arrangements. Iranian leaders have long maintained their nuclear program is for domestic energy development. And yet it belies logic that Iran would need to highly enrich uranium or undertake any number of the steps they have been taking over the past few years for a purely peaceful nuclear energy program, to say nothing of the fact that Iran was the 5th largest crude oil producer in OPEC in 2020 and the 3rd largest natural gas producer in the world in 2019. So it has an abundance of natural resources for energy purposes within its own country. It doesn't need nuclear fuel for domestic energy consumption. But if you accept that, well, we want to keep our oil and gas to sell, and we want nuclear power for the purposes of domestic energy consumption, fine, then why do you bury your program thousands of feet under a mountain? Why do you hide what you're doing? Why are you enriching to a grade that even the IAEA says has no civilian purpose whatsoever? Why won't you show us that, in fact, your previous actions that we believe may lead to weaponization exist? Why won't you show us? Dispel it. The kind of arrangement we're talking about would surely satisfy the need for a peaceful nuclear program. Now, while we understand there have been both political and logistical challenges regarding this kind of proposal in the past, we don't believe we should close any potential doors. We believe actually that our proposal opens new doors, because while we're just now talking about Iran, we've been having this conversation with our P5+1 allies and Iran in a bilateral arrangement because of our concerns about Iran's nuclear program. We could be talking about the entire region. We have successfully negotiated nuclear cooperation agreements with a number of countries in the region on a bilateral basis, including Jordan and the United Arab Emirates. In the future, such a fuel bank, a regional fuel bank, could even be expanded to guarantee that any Arabian Gulf state, or further, beyond in the Middle East for that matter, can peacefully fuel its commercial nuclear reactors to the IAEA fuel bank. That means you don't enrich, but you get the fuel you're necessary if you want domestic energy consumption. Of course, regional investment into any diplomatic solution from Gulf countries and Arab neighbors and Israel is absolutely critical for success. Just as we know our sanctions are most effective when we work with our international partners, multilateral cooperation is critical to finding a successful outcome. But particularly, what would be attractive to the Iranian regime? Well, what's attractive or should be attractive to the Iranian regime is this arrangement would decouple the view that the West is only seeking this arrangement from Iran. Iran would not have to give up its right to enrich, but would, without a loss of national pride, delegate that right to a multilateral nuclear fuel bank. And by including other Gulf countries in such a regional fuel bank with the same terms and conditions, Iran would not have to worry about other Gulf countries attaining nuclear weapons and posing a security threat to them. And finally, if we can succeed at a regional nuclear fuel bank, boy, will we stop a nuclear arms race in what is already a tinderbox of the world. Because if Iran can acquire a nuclear weapon, you can be sure that the countries in the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, others, they're going to say, under the theory of mutual self-destruction, I have to have nuclear weapons too. And now we begin an arms race in a part of the world that can ill afford it. As we look to a new approach, I also believe that we should revisit a number of the proposals I laid out in 2015. First, we should seek the immediate ratification by Iran of the additional protocol to ensure that we have a permanent international agreement with Iran for access to suspect sites. Second, we need a ban on centrifuge R&D for the duration, research and development, for the duration of such an agreement, because it's that advanced R&D that has allowed Iran to be 4 weeks away from crossing the nuclear threshold, so that Iran cannot have the capacity to quickly break out. Just as the UN Security Council resolution and sanctions snapback is off the table. Third, Iran should close the Fordo enrichment facility. After all, the sole purpose of Fordo was to harden Iran's nuclear program to a military attack. But if Iran has nothing to hide, and it's all for peaceful purposes, why do you put it deep underneath a mountain? Fourth, the world needs full resolution of the possible military dimensions of Iran's program. We need an arrangement that isn't set up to whitewash this issue. The world needs to be able to go to sleep at night saying Iran has not achieved the ability to weaponize its desires. Iran and the IAEA must resolve the issue before permanent sanctions relief takes place. Should Iran fail to cooperate with a comprehensive review into the military dimensions of their program, then automatic sanctions must snap back. Fifth, rather than extend the duration of the agreement, we need a permanent agreement. One of the single most concerning elements of the original deal is its 10 to 15-year sunset of restrictions on Iran's programs with off-ramps starting after year 8. Well, think about it. 2015, 2022, 7 years, just shows you how quickly that, in fact, Iran can be proceeding in a way that we would not want it to be able to proceed. And sixth, we need an agreement about what penalties will be collectively imposed by the P5+1 for Iranian violations, both small and mid-size, as well as a clear statement as to the so-called grandfather clause, which exists in paragraph 37 of the JCPOA, to ensure that the U.S. position about not shielding contracts entered into legally upon reimposition of sanctions is shared by our allies. Everybody should be in the same boat. We're seeing now that without these elements clearly delineated, there is room for interpretation and mischief. I believe there is space for a deal with Iran, and I believe that one that garners bipartisan support would be the best guarantor of the political longevity the Iranians insist they want. Our goal must be the right deal, not just any deal. We must not agree to an arrangement that merely delays the inevitable. As we think about broader diplomatic options, we must be clear about what a good negotiation entails. Getting more, obviously, requires giving more. If Iran were willing to make greater concessions on halting uranium enrichment, destroying nuclear infrastructure, and seriously constraining its ballistic missile program, the United States and the international community should consider lifting a broader scope of sanctions, potentially including some primary sanctions. While Iran's leaders are scraping by in the resistance economy, the truth is that the whole country would be better off if the regime abandoned their enrichment and weaponization efforts and focused on providing everyday Iranians with real economic opportunity. At the same time, Iran must also fully understand that the United States will not hesitate to take any action necessary to protect our interests and those of our allies, and that includes the use of military force where appropriate and necessary. One of our greatest strengths is our enduring security partnerships with nearly every country in the Middle East region. Last month, a group of senior bipartisan diplomats, military officers, and former members of Congress on both sides of the aisle issued a statement to the Washington Institute for Near East Policy about the importance of a credible military threat should Iran breach certain red lines. Let me quote from their statement. They said, indeed, the Vienna negotiations are in danger of becoming a cover for Iran to move towards achieving a threshold nuclear weapons capability. While the United States has recognized Iran's right to civilian nuclear power, Iran's behavior continues to indicate that it not only wants to preserve a nuclear weapons option, but it actively is moving towards developing that capability. Indeed, as the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Association, Rafael Grossi, has stated, Iran's decision to enrich uranium to 60% and to produce uranium metal has no justifiable civilian purpose. Without convincing Iran it will suffer severe consequences if it stays on its current path, there is little reason to hope for the success of diplomacy. Therefore, for the sake, this is all from their statement, therefore, for the sake of our diplomatic effort to resolve this crisis, we believe it is vital to restore Iran's fear that its current nuclear path will trigger the use of force against it by the United States. The challenge is how to restore U.S. credibility in the eyes of Iran's leaders. Words, including formulations that are more pointed and direct than, quote, all options are on the table, are also necessary but not sufficient. In that context, we believe it is important for the Biden administration to take steps that lead Iran to believe that persisting in its current behavior and rejecting a reasonable diplomatic resolution will put to risk its entire nuclear infrastructure, one built painstakingly over the last 3 decades. Such steps may include orchestrating high-profile military exercises by the U.S. Central Command, potentially in concert with allies and partners, that simulate what could be involved in such a significant operation, including rehearsing air-to-ground attacks on hardened targets and the suppression of Iranian missile batteries. Also important would be to provide both local allies and partners, as well as U.S. installations and assets in the region with enhanced defensive capabilities to counter whatever retaliatory actions Iran might choose to make, thereby signaling our readiness to act if necessary. And perhaps most significantly, fulfilling past U.S. promises to act forcefully against other Iranian outrages, such as the drone attack by Iran-backed militias against the U.S. base at Al-Tanf in Syria, and Iran's illegal capture of merchant ships and killing unarmed seamen might have the salutary impact of underscoring the seriousness of U.S. commitments to act on the nuclear issue. Again, I encourage everyone to read this statement from congressional colleagues, military leaders, diplomats on both sides of the aisle. Last year, following years of quiet cooperation and the narrowing of shared security concerns, the United States and our partners and allies welcomed Israel into the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility. We have a number of shared interests, from maritime security confronting a growing threat of ballistic missiles and UAVs, and we must continue to strengthen our bilateral and regional partnerships to ensure that we have all the means necessary to protect our interests. Moreover, we must forcefully and proportionately respond to Iran's ongoing attacks on our diplomatic and military facilities in Iraq and Syria. We will not fail to respond against direct attacks on the United States that threaten our diplomats and service members. Full stop. Let me close by saying that the Iranian nuclear threat is real, and it has grown disproportionately worse by day. It is becoming a clear and present danger. The time is now to reinvigorate our multilateral sanctions efforts and pursue new avenues, new ideas, new solutions for a diplomatic resolution. So today I call on the Biden administration and the international community to vigorously and rigorously enforce sanctions, which have proven to be among the most potent tools for impacting Iran's leaders and the IRGC. We cannot allow Iran to threaten us into a bad deal or an interim agreement that allows it to continue to build its nuclear capacity. Nor should we cling to the scope of an agreement that it seems some are holding on for nostalgia's sake. As I said 7 years ago, hope is not a national security strategy. In the words that I spoke in 2015, I said whether or not the supporters of the agreement admitted this deal is based on hope. Hope that when the nuclear sunset clause expires, Iran will have succumbed to the benefits of commerce and global integration. Well, I hate to say, they have not. Hope that the hardliners will have lost their power and the revolution will end its hegemonic goals. They have not. Hope that the regime will allow the Iranian people to decide their own future. The hardliners are more entrenched, and they have not allowed the Iranian people to decide that future. Hope is part of human nature, but unfortunately, it is not a national security strategy. The Iranian regime, led by the Ayatollah, wants above all to preserve the regime and its revolution. Unlike the Green Revolution of 2009, this is still true. So it stretches incredulity to believe they signed on to a deal that would in any way weaken the regime or threaten the goals of the revolution. They will not. I understand that the deal represented a trade-off, a hope that things might be different in Iran in 10 or 15 years. Maybe Iran would desist from its nuclear ambitions, but it has not. Maybe they'd stop exporting and supporting terrorism, but it has not. Maybe they'll stop holding innocent Americans hostage, but they have not. Maybe they'll stop burning American flags, but it has not. Maybe their leadership will stop chanting "Death to America" in the streets of Tehran, but it has not. Or the hope was maybe that they won't do those things. Well, they have continued to do all of those things. While there are so many crises brewing across the world, we cannot abandon our efforts to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran and the arms race it will surely set off in the Middle East. We cannot ignore Iran's nefarious support for terrorism or accept threats to American interests and lives. We must welcome legitimate and verifiably peaceful uses of nuclear power, but remain true to our non-proliferation principles and our unyielding desire to build a more stable, safer, prosperous world for the American people and for all peace-loving people to thrive. In order to do so, Iran cannot and must not possess a nuclear weapon. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President,
The senator from New Jersey.
I ask unanimous consent that with respect to S-Res 502, the preamble be agreed to.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, February 2nd, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. That upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the Putagunta nomination post-closure. Further, that notwithstanding Rule 22, all post-closure time on the nomination expire at 11 a.m., and upon disposition of the nomination, the Senate vote on the motions to invoke cloture on the Scott and Tunage nominations. Further, that at 2:15 p.m., the Senate vote on confirmation of the Lopez and Stables nomination and on the motion to invoke cloture on the Howard nomination. Further, that if cloture is invoked on any of the nominations, the confirmation votes be at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Republican leader. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session, that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.